Robert stood so quickly, he knocked over his scotch. You're saying, I'm saying, I smiled, that maybe we should discuss what you consider indicators of success. But first, would anyone like to guess what Michael actually does in my little tech startup? The silence was deafening as the golden letters of my name caught the afternoon sun, casting shadows across their shocked faces. Finally, Patricia found her voice. But all this time, you've been Chief Technology Officer, Michael answered proudly. Of my wife's company, the one you never bothered to ask about. I sat back down, smoothing my non-designer skirt. Now about that emergency family meeting. Shall we begin? The Waterford crystal scotch glass slipped from Robert's fingers, joining Patricia's coffee cup on the marble floor. No one moved to clean up either mess. 14 billion, James whispered, his investment banker facade cracking. He pulled out his phone, fingers trembling as he googled frantically. Victoria appeared over his shoulder, her perfect blonde highlights quivering. Oh my god, oh my god. Alexandra Winters, Forbes 40 under 40, leading women in tech. Market disruptor of the year. But you drive a Honda, Patricia said weakly, as if this detail somehow negated everything else. It's a good car, I replied. Reliable, practical, environmentally conscious, like all smart investments should be. I turned to James. Speaking of investments, how's that tech fund you started last year performing? He paled. Hal, you remember? 3 months ago, he pitched his revolutionary investment strategy to my company's venture capital division. I've been in the room, sitting quietly in the back, watching him stumble through his presentation. That was your company. He swallowed hard. When they said the CEO would review, I did review it, personally. I smiled. Your numbers were inflated. Your market analysis was outdated. And your tech understanding was, what did you call my husband's work? Cute. Michael squeezed my hand, trying not to laugh. Robert finally found his voice. But all these years, at family dinners, holidays, you mean when you seated us at the young professionals table? Michael asked, away from the real business discussions. A notification pinged on my phone. Marcus again. CNBC wants a statement about the headquarters unveiling. Also, Bloomberg wants a merger announcement in 10 minutes. Patricia caught the word merger as she peered at my screen. What merger? Oh, right. I straightened in my chair. That's actually why I chose today for the sign installation. We're acquiring Winters Capital's largest competitor. Robert's face went from pale to purple. Hamilton and Reed. But they're not for sale. I've been trying to partner with them for decades. They weren't for sale, I corrected, until I showed them our new blockchain integration platform. The same one Michael's been developing while he thought he was finding himself. Victoria's perfect makeup couldn't hide her confusion. But
You know, I find it amusing at best how sorry, I didn't want the weird echo as I was doing my start of stream stuff here. I find it amusing how all these people on the right love to run their mouth about how white privilege doesn't exist, DI and similar programs like affirmative action, etc., are the problem. And the only fact that they can spew is how white folks are, globally speaking, the minority race. And that's true. That's the one part about this that is 100% fucking true. Globally, yes, Caucasian individuals are absolutely a minority race. That is 100% fucking true. Is that a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Well, I mean, it's, I think, kind of a neutral thing. That's how I see it. I don't think it really fucking matters if, globally speaking, white folks are the minority. But you also have to remember, we're only the minority when we add two or more other races to the equation. But you also have to remember this. Globally speaking, white folks are the majority when it comes to power and control. White people control more countries, more governments, and more money than pretty much every other race on the planet combined. So yes, in terms of sheer numbers, when placed up against two or more other races on the planet, we are absolutely 100% the minority. But when it comes to what society at this point currently considers to be important, money, power, influence, territory, etc., we are 100% the majority. That's actual fact. Whether you like it or not doesn't matter. That doesn't change that that is a fact at this point, at this time. But instead of recognizing the vast amount of inequality, instead of recognizing the systemic racism built into the American system of government, along with other systems of government across the planet, these retarded MAGA moron cult members want to make the claim that systemic racism and things of that nature aren't the fucking problem. That white people are the ones who are systemically held down by things like racism. Yet, I'm going to spout cold hard facts. At least as regards how things stand here in America. Let's start with this. For all the cases in the last 30 years where an exoneration has been given in criminal cases, more than 50% of those exonerations were in cases where a person of color was the individual who had been falsely convicted and then imprisoned for a period of time. Think about that. More than 50% of the exoneration cases that have gone through where a person has been exonerated of committing a crime that they were accused of, tried for, convicted of, and then imprisoned for are people who are not white. They are people of color. I think one of the most famous cases of this is the something Park 5. I don't remember the exact name. 5 young black males accused of criminal activity against, wait for it, a white woman. I think it was rape or murder or some bullshit like that. Sat in prison for like 15 years after being falsely convicted of the charges. Our alleged president, Donald Trump, led the fucking charge against these 5 young black males. And I believe was a major factor in having them convicted based on his rants against these young black males very public rants, even going so far as to offering a reward for their capture or even their death. Turns out, with advancements in technology and, how criminal cases are prosecuted and everything, these 5 individuals were exonerated. It was discovered that it was someone else who committed the heinous crime that they were convicted of committing. And they were thus exonerated of that crime. And even today, Trump can't get over the fact that they were actually fucking innocent. Can't fucking do it. Refuses to believe that these individuals were innocent of the crimes for which they were convicted and then later exonerated. He simply can't wrap his head around the fact that they were wrongly convicted and that evidence years after the fact, years they can never fucking recover from, that they can never get back. And now they're free. Now they're free. They're out of fucking prison and they're trying to rebuild the lives they had stolen from them. Over a decade in prison for each one of them on false charges. And they're free now. And that's just one of dozens of fucking examples, hundreds, even thousands of examples. Think about it. And they're not the only ones. They're not the only ones. There are literally hundreds upon hundreds of other cases of this kind of a situation occurring. Literally hundreds of them. Literally 50 to 65% of all exonerated cases, of all people exonerated, are people of color. 50 to 65% at a minimum. Think about that for a minute. Think about what that means. Let's move to another salient point. Let's move on to the fact, and it is a fact, that a white person and a person of color can commit the exact same crime with the exact same history and on average a minimum 75% of the time the person of color is going to receive a considerably harsher sentence versus a white person. I'll give you an example. Two 19-year-old kids, just a year out of high school, trying to figure out their way through life. All right? Both of them shoplift a candy bar. No criminal record of any kind, sealed or otherwise, for either person. White guy and a person of color. It doesn't even matter what race the person of color is. Black, Middle Eastern, Asian, Hispanic, whatever. Doesn't matter. It's a person of color. They both shoplift a candy bar because they were fucking dared to by their friends. It's supposed to be a ha-ha moment. Testing the boundaries, seeing what's going to happen, learning lessons the hard way, etc. That's what the whole thing is. So, white person of color, no criminal history of any kind whatsoever, 19 years old, going to a gas station and fucking try to shoplift a candy bar. They both get caught, not just on the security camera, but the employee working sees them try to do it. They both get arrested. And here's how this situation plays out. Seven out of every 10 incident on both sides of the board, this is how it plays. The white guy, the white person, especially if it's a white male, in this exact situation, will be out of fucking jail within hours, released on their own recognizance with a court date. That's not true for the person of color. No, the person of color is going to have to wait to go before the judge to get bail. And the bail is going to be, you would think it's reasonable for the crime committed, but a lot of times, if you actually look at the committed crime versus the bail given, it's not really that fucking reasonable. In this case, it's probably going to be like $500 total, and you need 10% of that. I think is what bail people want to get released. To have someone released. So that means somebody's going to have to come up with like $50. Easy peasy, right? Not so much. Considering another fact that factors into the equation here. Perennially, the majority of the lower middle class and the poor in America are people of color. And around 85% of those are people who are busting their ass trying to make all the right fucking choices, trying to do all the right fucking things. But the system holds them down and they still get fucked over at every turn. So a lot of them are going to struggle to come up with $50 to get their son or their friend or whoever this person is to them out of jail on a $500 bail. So it's a 50-50 chance that person is going to have to sit in jail until the actual court date for the crime. They're also not going to be able to afford a fucking lawyer that's anywhere fucking decent and not massively overworked. So they're going to have to rely on state and local provided attorneys. And those people are so overworked that their primary method of dealing with it is to try to get whatever plea deal they can possibly fucking get, and they're done with their fucking job with that person. They just want to get it over with as quickly as possible. And a lot of times the plea deals they're offered are shit deals in these cases. Now, the white guy, they're probably going to be able to afford a decent attorney because they're usually middle class to upper middle class. I mean, it might set them back, put them in debt a little bit, but they can usually afford the fucking attorney. That, or they'll just say, hey, give me a plea deal. I'll take the plea deal, whatever. What ends up resulting is they'll get some, like, community service, a little bit of probation. That's the end of it. The person of color, on the other hand, who, remember, by this point has probably spent at least a few days in jail at minimum while their friends and or family try to come up with the money to get them released on bail. That's best case scenario. Worst case scenario, they end up in jail for upwards of a couple of fucking months waiting for the trial date because their friends and or family can't come up with the fucking $50 bail for stealing a fucking candy bar. And remember that $50 is 10% of the total bail. The total bail is like $500. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. For stealing or attempting to steal a fucking candy bar. So now, we come to the pretrial crap. Again, most likely, the white person is going to get this slap on the fucking wrist, like 20 hours community fucking service and like maybe a month or two of probation at most, plus a small fine of like maybe $100 or so. Ooh. Now remember, shoplifting, even a first offense, can carry a fine of up to like $250 to $500. Like, that's just straight up how it is. So the white guy gets off fucking easy. It can also carry a jail sentence, a prison sentence of up to a couple of months at a minimum or at a maximum. So like maybe a couple of months worth of probation and like $100 fine and some community service is about, or at least very, very close to the lightest possible fucking sentence on a conviction in this case. What about the person of color, you ask? Well, I'm glad you asked. Person of color isn't getting off with a small fine, a little bit of community service, maybe some probation. No. They're going to get an actual jail sentence, usually a week and a half to a month. Well, a week to a month. And at this point, they've probably already served, if it's the minimum a week, they've probably already served that, just because nobody could come up with a way to make the bail money. But that may or may not end up mattering. That's going to be up to the judge, and that's a 50-50 split there, whether or not they'd have to serve an extra actual prison sentence or jail sentence for this. They're going to be slapped with the bare minimum required fine, which, remember, is usually around about $200-250. And they'll still probably get slapped with probation after the jail sentence. So tell me again, how white privilege doesn't fucking exist and systemic racism is not built into the current system of governance in America. Because this shit happens constantly. Give me another example. At least 5 to 6 out of every 10 incidents where this happens, if a white person, especially a white male, commits a crime against a person of color, not a lot happens to him. If they're actually ever arrested, they usually get the bare minimum sentence for whatever criminal act they committed. And should the family of the person of color sue them civilly for damages, at best, it's settled out of court for a bare minimum sum. At worst, it's tossed out of court. But let's look at the other side of the coin. A person of color commits a criminal act against a white person. What happens? 7 to 8 out of every 10 incidents like that, the person of color gets slapped with at least half the bare minimum criminal penalties they could get slapped with. And should the person of color, or the white person, decide to sue the person of color for damages, oh, they're going to get a bunch out of it. Courts will always very consistently side with white people in these cases, both in criminal and civil cases. That is fact. Let's look at another statistic here. Factual data. Around 75% of people currently in jail and or prison in America are people of color. And out of that 70-75% average, at least 50% of those convictions are low-class fucking misdemeanor convictions that if a white person in the same circumstances with the same type of record were to be convicted of it, would not be in prison, or at least wouldn't be in prison or jail for nearly as long. Cold hard fact. So tell me again how white privilege doesn't exist and systemic racism is non-existent. Let's look at another thing. On average, white folks enjoy far more privileges and rights in America than people of color do. Even with DEI, affirmative action, and other similar rules and laws, etc., the inequality between white people and non-white people is still drastic. Let's look at a case. And I love bringing these cases up because they're such great demonstrations of what I'm talking about here. First off, let's look at a case that so many people don't actually know about, but actually fucking happened. Because people don't tend to listen or read the news from a variety of sources. I do. I try to stay as informed as I can. So, I'm going to bring up 4 separate cases here that demonstrates what I'm talking about. The first case, there's this cop. Been on the job for like 20 or 30 years at this point. He's an older gentleman. Has a reputation for being drunk on the job all the fucking time. And this has been known for years, even decades at this point. And there was a news story and in the story, they said this was not the first such incident with this cop while on the job. He was drunk off his ass out on patrol in a squad car and crashed the fucking car and passed out. And was found who knows how much time after the crash happened. Dude jacked the car up really bad in the crash. From how I read and what I read in the news report, that car was almost unrecoverable, was going to require tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands in repairs to make it usable again, assuming they wanted to spend the money to do it. It was that bad. And the cop, he got kind of fucked up in the crash. He was found fucking sleeping. And when he was tested, his blood alcohol was massive. Dude was so drunk off his ass, it's almost unbelievable that he could even function at all. And I'm just giving you the bare minimum of what this case said, what this news report said about it. All right? I mean, this guy was fucking plastered off his ass. There is no way in hell he should have allowed to put on that fucking uniform, much less get behind the wheel of a squad cruiser and go out on fucking patrol for a shift. This motherfucker should have been in an alcohol rehab center. What happened to him, you ask? Well, glad you ask. As of the last report I saw, mind you, this was like 8 months ago now, he was not fired. He was placed on administrative leave. I think it was even paid administrative leave while IAB investigated. No fine, no nothing. Far as I know, never lost his badge, didn't lose his job, wasn't forced to go to rehab, nothing. Imagine if that had been a black guy or a Hispanic guy or any other non-white individual. They'd have been fired years ago. They would have had their ability to be a cop revoked years before such an incident could have occurred. And mind you, again, I reiterate, this white dude, this white male cop, had dozens, according to the news report, of similar incidents on his actual fucking record. All right? The fucking people that did this report actually looked up this guy's history, his record as a cop. He had dozens and dozens of these kinds of incidents over the last 20 or 30 years he'd been a cop. Any person of color with a similar record would have been fired years, even decades prior, and never rehired by anybody as a cop again. Be lucky to get a job as mall security. And pretty much every incident this cop had on his record involved him being drunk off of his ass. We're talking about 25 sheets to the goddamn wind type of drunk. We're talking so drunk, you have to wonder how this motherfucker could even get out of bed that morning, much less do anything else. But the white guy got away with it. Guarantee you 9 out of every 10 times, if it was a person of color, they don't get away with it. They might get away with it a couple of times. Maybe as much as 5 incidents. But dozens and dozens over decades, that's not fucking happening. Not with, people of color. Not gonna fucking happen. And that's just one case where the systemic racism and white privilege comes into fucking play. Let's talk about another incident. And again, this is an incident that was covered by the news, but most people don't know about it. So a white cop is out on foot patrol in the middle of the night. It's like 2 in the morning, I think, is what they said. Somewhere around like 1 or 2 in the morning. Passes by a dark house on his patrol route. He sees a shadow pass by a window. Now, the cop's first thought, and I can kind of understand this, I can understand why this was the first thought. The cop's first thought is, holy shit, there might be a burglar in this house. Someone might have broken and entered into this house and might be stealing shit. I get where that comes from. I probably would have had that same thought as my first thought in the same exact circumstance. Walking by a house, it's the middle of the night, I see a shadow pass by a window or a dark shape pass by a window. My first thought is probably going to be, is that a fucking burglar? Is that a robber? Did somebody break into that house and trying to steal shit? It's an understandable first thought reaction. I get that. But that's where my understanding ends in this incident. Because as a police officer, you're supposed to be trained when you think you see a crime in action. Your training is supposed to be the first thing you fucking do is you call for backup and report what you think the incident is to your dispatcher. Did this guy do that? Fuck no. He pulled out his fucking gun and started firing into the home. He fired multiple fucking times into the home without knowing what the fucking situation was. Honestly, he didn't even have reasonable suspicion to think an actual crime was being committed in the home. But he's white and he's got white privilege, so he fires into the house. Without calling for backup, without informing his dispatcher, without following any fucking police procedures. Fires into the home. Fires like 5 shots into the house before apparently he starts having correct thoughts on what he should fucking do. So that's about the time he reports to his dispatch, oh shit, I just fired into a home where there is maybe a breaking and entering and burglary was occurring because I saw a dark shape move past the window. I'm going to go into this home after I've already fired 5 shots into the home. And I'm going to see what's going on. So he breaks into the fucking home after firing 5 shots with no thought of consequence or police procedure whatsoever. Without any even remotely concrete proof or actionable, suspicionable proof that any crime was actually being committed before he fired shots into the house. Enters the home, finds out it's a black woman he had just murdered, lying on the floor with like her son or her nephew, some young male relative, asleep in a bedroom that she had just exited, checking on him. And during the investigation, they find out that one of the shots this cop fired into the home came within literal inches of killing this sleeping child. What happened to the cop, you say? Administrative leave for a short time. Not fired or nothing. Not even fucking charges. He literally murdered a black woman, damn near murdered that black woman's young male relative sleeping in the room, and all because she dared to be in her own home. This was in her home, the black woman's home, and it was dark. She was black. She passed by a window, and the cop saw this and decided, oh, hey, I'm just going to pull out my firearm first fucking thing, and I'm going to fire into this home because I believe, because I just saw a dark shape pass by a window, that there's a crime being committed. So, boom, 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 boom. And nothing happened to the guy. Not a damn thing happened to him. He went on paid administrative leave. IAB fucking investigated, said, oh, he didn't commit any crime. He may not necessarily have followed proper procedure, but he didn't actually commit a crime. It was not considered murder. Like it should have fucking been. Because this cop in this incident, and this is one of dozens of similar incidents that happens across the United States every single day, without even reasonable suspicion of an actual crime being committed in this home, thought that the most appropriate first reaction he should have, because he sees a dark shape pass by a window of a darkened home, is that he should pull out his firearm and fire willy-nilly into the fucking house. And then after he's fired into the house willy-nilly multiple fucking times, then he should report the incident to his dispatcher. That's when he calls for fucking backup. If that had been a black cop or a Hispanic cop or any other cop that's a person of color, IAB would have had their ass arrested immediately upon learning of the incident. No ifs, no ands, no buts. They would have been arrested, they would have lost their fucking job, and they probably would have been charged with at least murder too. That might have gotten pled down to like manslaughter or something, but there would have been fucking charges against the person if it had been a person of color who committed that act. Now let's look at fucking George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. George Floyd had a criminal history. Okay, we all know this. And he was stopped by cops because he tried to use, apparently, a $20 bill to buy some shit at a local store down the street from where he lives that turned out to be fake money. Floyd may or may not have known it was fake money. We don't know that. What we do know is that Floyd was, the cops got called by the employee of the business, or Floyd tried to use that fake bill. And, remember, the employee told Floyd the bill was fake, and Floyd just was like, oh, I'm sorry, and left. No fuss, no muss, no incident. He just left. He was asked to leave, and he left. It should have been fucking left at that. That makes me think that Floyd didn't realize the money wasn't real. I understand, because technically trying to use fake money is technically a criminal act. So I understand the employee calling the cops. I get it. I don't necessarily blame him for doing it. I think there was a better way to handle it. I think the issue could have been dropped right then and right there, that there was no need for cops to become involved, because obviously Floyd wasn't making a fuss on it. He just left. He was asked to. He was told he couldn't use the money. It was fake. He was asked to leave, and he did. There was no fucking mess. He didn't try to scream and argue or anything like that. He just left like he was asked. It's no big fucking deal. It was like a $20 goddamn bill. Big fucking whoop. But the employee decided not to handle it the nice way. He decided to call the cops. He followed the rules. I don't blame the employee for what happened. Floyd leaves. He's accosted by the cops because they were called on him for trying to use fake money to make a purchase. And like 9 cops show up. Like there is a whole bunch of them. And people saw this happen. They started recording right from the start. And these cops were assholes from the get-go. There was no attempt to fucking really talk to Floyd in a reasonable fashion, figure out what happened, get his side of the story. None of that. They decided, because Floyd did have a criminal history, not a violent criminal history, mind you, pretty much drug violations, no real violence involved, as I recall. They decided that because he had a drug history and he was a black man, that they were just going to be aggressive and violent from the start. And Floyd did not resist at all. Anytime he was told to do something, Floyd immediately complied. As best as he could at the given moment. There was no fucking resistance by Floyd. And yet, somehow, for some reason, he ended up slammed onto the ground, which caused some pretty severe injuries to his chest and his face, because it was a face-first slam. Very roughly and violently handcuffed behind his back. All while, for 9.5 fucking minutes, a cop weighing approximately 250 to 280 fucking pounds knelt with his knee on George Floyd's neck. There are multiple recordings of this incident by people in the community. Do I blame them for not intervening? No. Had somewhere around 6 to 9 fucking cops standing there, fully fucking armed. Tasers, firearms, the whole kit caboodle. I wouldn't have physically intervened. Fuck no. Too dangerous. The chances of me being killed? Way too high. The best I could hope for if I had intervened is that I would have been thrown on the fucking ground, violently fucking arrested, and thrown in fucking prison and charged with interference, despite the fact I was trying to save a man's fucking life. I should be hailed as a fucking hero in an incident like that if I'd been there and intervened. But no, I would have been arrested and thrown in prison. One of the few times where my white privilege wouldn't have fucking saved my ass. So this, 200 and some odd pound fucking cop sits there for like 9.5 goddamn minutes kneeling on George Floyd's neck. Ends up killing the guy. Floyd died because he was suffocated, because he had his neck knelt on with a cop's knee who weighed 200 plus fucking pounds for 9.5 fucking minutes. Like, we're talking pretty much the cop's full goddamn body weight. And what were all the cops doing, including the cop kneeling on Floyd's neck? Oh, they were sitting there laughing and joking and hollering obscenities and shit at the fucking community as they watched and videoed the incident. Threatening them with arrest and shit for interfering with the police investigation or some silly ass bullshit along those lines. Threats that those cops knew they could never really follow up on. There's too much video evidence being made. There's no way to cover this shit up. But they fucking tried. Turns out, only like 2 of the cops involved in the incident were actually fired. Only like 1 was charged with anything and convicted. A couple of the others were charged and then charges were fucking dropped. And the guy that got convicted only got like a couple of years in prison. Far as I know, his ability, once he gets out of fucking prison, to be a cop again, was not revoked. So, tell me again how systemic racism doesn't exist and white privilege doesn't exist. Then let's move on to perhaps the most famous and infamous case of white privilege, police abuse of power, police overreach, and systemic racism in recent American history. Breonna Taylor. So here's the setup. A year before the incident occurred, Breonna had broken up with a guy that she had been dating who was a known major criminal in the area. Like drugs, violence. Like he had a rap sheet about as long as Manhattan. And he'd gone into hiding shortly after apparently Breonna broke up with him. She started dating another guy. Her and this other guy get an apartment together. And it, what looked like, you know, based on the news videos, like it looked like a pretty goddamn nice apartment complex, all things considered. So they're living together. Now, it's important to note that Breonna's boyfriend at the time of the incident not only had a handgun, but it was a registered handgun. He didn't like carry it around and flash it around and use it to like get his way or any bullshit like that. He was a very, according to all reports, he was a very responsible gun owner. He kept it at home for home protection for him and Breonna Taylor. Now, 2 more important facts for the setup here. A, the cops were looking for Breonna's ex-boyfriend. I'm not sure exactly what charges they were looking for him under, like what the warrant was for, but he had a warrant out for his arrest. They also knew exactly where to look for the guy, and it was on the opposite end of fucking town from where Breonna Taylor lived. The 4 cops who applied for the no-knock warrant that was involved in this incident all were well aware of this fact. I think their lieutenant or captain or whatever was also aware of it. I'm not sure how many of the cops that were there when the incident occurred were in the know about this, but at the very least, the 4 cops that started the whole thing, they fucking knew. That's been very well established at this point. And that's the other important factor here as part of the setup, is that these cops knew that Breonna had cut all ties with this guy they were looking for a year prior. That she had nothing to fucking do with it, that she wasn't getting mail from him or for him at her place. She didn't communicate with him. She didn't see him, nothing. They knew that. They knew this guy was nowhere near where she lived with her new boyfriend. Because her boyfriend wouldn't allow that. He would have had this guy arrested real quick. He would have reported it himself. And Breonna would have stood there and helped with the report. That's established fact at this point. Now, mind you, this particular information came out after the incident. So here's what happens. These 4 cops that created this incident went to a fucking judge and lied to the judge to get him to sign the no-knock warrant they applied for using Breonna Taylor's fucking address for the raid they had planned, knowing damn good and well that their suspect that they were trying to apprehend, that they had a warrant for, was nowhere fucking near that area. They knew where he was. They had surveillance on the guy. They knew where he was located. They knew it wasn't Breonna Taylor's apartment. But these 4 cops didn't give a fuck. Apparently they had some kind of massive grudge of some kind against Breonna Taylor. Or maybe her boyfriend, or maybe both of them. I don't fucking know. They've never admitted to what their fucking problem was. Alright? So they go to this judge and use straight up lies on the warrant application and get the judge somehow to sign off on the no-knock warrant at like 9 at night. They then go back to the police station, gather about 15 guys for the raid. They then go at like 3 in the morning to Breonna's apartment, surround the building, clutter up the hallway, knock on the door several times, which the first knock woke up Breonna's boyfriend, and Breonna's boyfriend went to the door and is like, who the fuck is out there? It's like 3 in the morning. Why are you bugging us? What's going on? They never identified themselves, never said shit. So Breonna's boyfriend, very understandably, goes and gets his gun because he thinks somebody's trying to break into his fucking apartment. And he's like, nah, bitch, that ain't gonna fucking happen. And he warns the cops, who he still doesn't know at this point are cops. And Breonna's still asleep at this point. She never actually managed to wake up fully and get out of bed before she was murdered in the incident. She's sleeping through all of this noise currently. Breonna's boyfriend, about the second or third time these cops knock on the door, like pound on the fucking door in the middle of the goddamn night, really loudly, comes back to the door with his gun, stands in his living room and justifiably says, do not enter my fucking home. I am armed. I will fire if you break into my house. Now, it is at this point that the order to fire to the cops is given. The legal resident and renter of the apartment, one of the two, standing in his living room at like 3 in the fucking morning, armed with a handgun he owns and is registered to own. Again, known by the cops because they know who the guy is. They checked him out as part of the process of creating this incident. So they knew he was armed. And the minute this gentleman warns the people at his door, who he still doesn't fucking know are cops. They still have not fucking identified themselves, despite the fact he has demanded identification from them once by this point, very loudly and clearly. Even the neighbors said they heard him demand that the people at the door identify themselves, and they did not. Because this incident had woken up a bunch of neighbors by this point. So the moment he announces he is armed and prepared to fire to protect himself and his girlfriend and their home, the order to fire is given to the cops by the four who are, quote-unquote, in charge of this raid. The ones who applied for this no-knock warrant and the whole bullshit. So they start firing from like dozens of different angles. Remember, they have the entire building surrounded. So outside of the apartment, all the outside angles that they could fire in from are all have cops stationed there. And the minute that order is given, every cop starts to fucking unload. I mean, we're talking a barrage of hundreds of shots. If it wasn't hundreds, it was at least multiple dozens of shots. The correct homeowner, the legal resident, the boyfriend with the firearm, then proceeds to fire a shot as he's being hit from multiple angles. Which miraculously wounds a cop from outside the door because he fired through the door. One of the luckiest goddamn shots in history, in my opinion, considering what was going on at the time. No question. So he tags one of the cops in the leg. And mind you, they still have not identified themselves as cops to this point. To the legal residents of the apartment. Several neighbors by this point have looked out the door. They see that these are cops, or at least people dressed in police uniforms. But the cops still have not, up until the point they started firing, identified themselves as cops. It wasn't until after the firing began, apparently, that they identified themselves as alleged officers. So what happened? Well, Brianna and her boyfriend were both brutally fucking murdered. Brianna in her bed, the boyfriend in the living room still holding his gun. I'm not sure entirely what the final shot count was. But my best guess, based on the way the incident was described and what happened, is that somewhere around 150 to 200 shots were fired into that apartment versus one shot fired out of the apartment into the hallway. Brianna and her boyfriend are both brutally murdered in the incident. Now, the initial statements released by the police after the so-called investigation post-incident was that they had every reason in the world to believe that Brianna was harboring their suspect. That's why they applied for the no-knock warrant for Brianna's place. But within about a week, that story falls completely fucking apart when evidence is released to the media and the family of Breonna Taylor and the family of Brianna's boyfriend that shuts that shit down real fucking fast. Evidence that states clearly and proves very clearly that the four cops behind the entire fucking thing knew goddamn good and well that Brianna had nothing to do with the suspect they'd been fucking looking for, that they had applied for the no-knock warrant to go get at Brianna's place. They fucking knew she had left that guy behind a year previously. This evidence also stated very clearly that they told the judge a bunch of shit that were complete fabrications, complete fucking lies, to get the judge to sign off on this no-knock warrant for Brianna's apartment. One of the things that they told the judge, which was quickly disproved as part of this evidence being released, was that Brianna had been receiving packages at least once every week or two for their suspect at her apartment. That was a complete lie. They also said something along the lines of she was constantly in communication with them, that she'd been seeing him again off and on over that last year. A lot of other similar bullshit, all of which was very quickly proven to be lies. But the judge didn't know that. He trusted and believed the officers that came to him to have him sign off on this warrant. Was that a mistake on the judge's part? Absolutely. He should have made sure he double-checked the actual fucking evidence. I don't believe the judge himself was complicit. He was just lied to, and he went on faith in the officers that were applying for the warrant. And the fact that they applied for the warrant at like 9 at night when he was getting ready to go to fucking bed, you know, I mean, he just wanted to get this fucking over and dealt with. I understand where the judge was coming from, why he did what he did. I don't consider it right. I think the judge should have checked on shit, made sure everything was being honest and truthful. And that was certainly on the judge. But I get where the judge was coming from. He had faith in the honesty and truthfulness of his officers. It's not the judge's fault that the officers fucking lied to him to get the warrant. We also come to find out that these officers had a long history of pulling similar stunts. That this was not the first time that they had lied and used blatant lies to get a warrant to go harass citizens that had nothing to do with the individual and or individuals that they were supposed to be going after at the time. They'd done it a ton of times. Now, I can't remember if their captain or lieutenant, like whoever was supposed to be in charge of them, supposed to be their squad leader. I don't remember if that person was ever indicated as part of the mess. I think he or she was. I'm not 100% sure. So don't quote me on that part. But those four officers knew damn good and well that they had lied blatantly to get this warrant, and that the information they had used was completely 100% false, and that what they were doing was harassment that led to murder. They fucking knew it. Just like they knew Brianna's boyfriend was an armed individual with a legally owned firearm and legally registered. Which they also, because of that information, knew that what they had planned to do, how they planned to execute this illegal raid, would result in gun violence, which would result in Brianna and her boyfriend being murdered by the cops under an illegal warrant. Now, what was the fallout? 2 cops were fired. I think all 4 started off with charges. Charges were dropped against at least 2 of them. And those 2 retained their fucking jobs, as far as I remember. 1 cop actually got convicted and sentenced. Like, one of the 2 cops where charges remained actually went to trial, got convicted, and was just recently sentenced to like about 3 years in prison. 3 years, folks. Fucking think about that. This cop applied for a warrant using false information, making the warrant illegal. Knew ahead of time, even warned the officers they recruited for the raid that one of the residents was armed. I'm not sure if he mentioned that he was armed legally and was registered legally to be armed, but he told them the guy was armed. Lied to them and said that their suspect was supposed to be at his ex-girlfriend's, knowing full well that was a lie, but you had to keep up appearances. Him and his 3 buddies then executed this raid at like 3 in the goddamn morning. Never identified themselves prior to opening fire into the apartment from multiple angles, thus murdering Brianna and her boyfriend, and just as bad, damn near murdering multiple residents in other apartments because of the reckless use of gunfire by the cops. Massively excessive and reckless use of gunfire. All under an illegal warrant that resulted in the near injury and or injury of multiple apartment residents in the building, the murder of Breonna Taylor and her boyfriend. And this guy only ends up getting convicted and sentenced to 3 years in prison and lost his fucking job. Not sure if he lost his credentials as a cop, which would prevent him from being hired as such ever again. But he got fired and sentenced to 3 years for murdering 2 people and injuring, or at least damn near injuring, somewhere around 5 or 6 other apartment residents in the building. And he's the only one of the 4 that I know of that actually got convicted in the incident. All of them are white cops. All 4 of the pigs, 100% responsible for this incident from start to finish, are white. So, tell me again how white privilege doesn't exist and systemic racism does not fucking exist. Explain to me how that's true. Because I could tell you, if I was the prosecutor in that case, first thing I would have done is destroy their qualified immunity, so that they didn't have that thin blue line bullshit to hide behind. Then I would have went after every single one of them for murder 1. This was clearly a premeditated incident. All 4 of those cops were fully aware that they used false information to get a warrant to illegally attack and enter the home of Breonna Taylor and her boyfriend under false circumstances, which ended up resulting in the murder of Breonna Taylor and her boyfriend. Because that's all this was. Fucking cold, calculated, straight up, premeditated murder. There is no other way of looking at this incident. Just like there's no other way of looking at the George Floyd incident. At best, each and every one of the cops that were responsible for the death of George Floyd should have been charged with murder too. It would have been tough to argue and prove premeditation, which is a requirement for a murder one charge. So I can understand the cops involved in the death of George Floyd not getting murder one charges. But they all should have been charged with murder two, which is still a max sentence of like 20 to life. Upon conviction. Now, the cops involved in the Breonna Taylor murder, the murder of Breonna and her boyfriend, every one of them, all four of those lead cops in the incident should have been charged with murder one. Very clear premeditation of the incident. And the facts and the evidence are easy to prove that out. They knew Breonna had cut every tie to this person they were looking for when she broke up with him a year prior. They knew he was on the opposite side of town from Breonna Taylor's apartment. They knew exactly where he was. They had him under surveillance. They knew Breonna's boyfriend that she lived with in the apartment was legally registered and owned a firearm. With that knowledge, they knew that using this illegal warrant that they lied to a judge to obtain, blatantly lied to obtain the warrant, would end up probably leading to gun violence. Their gun violence endangered the lives of multiple adults and children residents in multiple apartments in the building. And they didn't care that they put those people in danger. And they knew that by giving a general order for the police they brought with them as part of the raid to open fire the moment one of the two legal residents of the apartment told the cops through his closed door that he was armed, and if they broke in, he would open fire to protect himself and his sleeping girlfriend. They knew that giving the order to fire was going to endanger the residents and murder Breonna and her boyfriend. And they still refused to fucking identify themselves. Because if they had identified themselves, the boyfriend probably would have went and woke up Breonna, made sure she was dressed, they would have let the cops in, and they would have dealt with the situation from that point. Violence would not have occurred, much less gun violence. This was a very premeditated act of violence and aggression. Now, again, I don't know what their problem with Breonna was, because Breonna was their target. They didn't give a shit about Breonna's boyfriend. He was collateral damage. I'm not sure they even knew who that guy was until they were researching Breonna and her, who she was living with at the time. as preparation for obtaining the illegal warrant. And the warrant was illegal because it was obtained under false informational circumstances. They put the ex's name on the warrant along with Brianna and then lied to the judge saying that they knew he was there and they need to go after him and get him right now. Because this guy was very much a danger to the community. Matter of fact, within days of the murder of Brianna and her boyfriend, they actually went and picked the guy up at where they had already known he was at for at least a few weeks by that point in time. They knew he'd never even gone near Brianna. But they still obtained an illegal warrant under false pretenses that resulted in the murder of Brianna and her boyfriend. And the worst punishment that I know for sure any of the 4 cops in that incident received is 33 months in jail or in prison, and he lost his job at that police department. So tell me again how that's not white privilege and systemic racism. So any fool that comes into my chat and tries to tell me that systemic racism is not built into the system and that white privilege doesn't fucking exist, I want you to be forewarned that I will tear you fucking apart when I respond to your bullshit. So, go ahead. Come into my chat on Twitch or leave a comment when I upload these videos to my YouTube and try telling me that I'm lying about anything I've said. That systemic racism is not inbuilt in the system. That white privilege does not fucking exist and is not abused. Go ahead. Try it. Give me the excuse I need to tear you the fuck apart from the ground up. Because that's exactly what I'll do. If you dare come into my comments on Twitch or YouTube and try to tell me I'm lying and that I'm wrong and that nothing I've said is true or very little of what I've said is true during this discussion, I will fucking destroy you in my responses. And I will laugh the entire time I do it. So come at me, brother. I dare you. And with that, I want to end this discussion of this for today, because I really do want to get what I'm trying to do here done. But this is an important topic. I felt that it needed to be rediscussed because I've talked about this topic a little bit here and there before. And it is important. People need to be aware that this shit happens, and it happens all the fucking time. They need to be aware that this is intolerable and this has to be corrected. That is one of the primary reasons why I discuss this again today. So let's do this. Now we're going to skip this shit as much as I can.
You've been spending... and you're dead. I've prepared this. Return to the...
Your conscience, your mind turns to the Gondian hostages, bound in fear.
That was a mistake.
Halt.
A cold, suckering wetness grasps.
You must act with haste. Duke Ravengard is held... It is painful to say, but they cannot be your priority. Duke Ravengard must be saved. The city needs him. I was only trying to... Duke Ravengard is... The hostages are played. He can act with...
Let's do it.
I will ascend. No time to waste. No choice but to keep going. Can't slow down.
Duke's still alive. Hold on, I'm coming.
To me. Have to keep going. deepest place.
Better not be cursed.
What should I do?
What's up, Guppy? Just mad because you're short and you smell like the ass end of a skunk after it sprayed somebody. Hi, Mystic. How you doing?
Need to hurry. Get away from these fish freaks.
Well, to be fair, work is rarely a pleasant situation to deal with.
Mia, now, step. Just so.
God damn it. I'm trying to save the Duke of Ravengard here, too.
talk about the pink shorts. Oh my god. Another one of my favorite unserious Star Wars cosplays that always makes me smile when I see one at a convention. In 2015, a Reddit user made this post saying, excuse
Alright, so that didn't go anywhere near the way I needed it to.
Aren't you the intrepid little adventurer, digging and diving where you don't belong? And I thought we were friends. Why ever would I do that? It is the most useful tool for motivating my Gondian workforce. But like all tools, the moment it ceases to be useful, I will return to the city, find Orin, and claim my Netherstone.
Your conscience pricks. You did agree to an alliance after your mind turns to the Gondian hostages. Bound in fear, their futures.
That was a mistake. When the corpses start to wash up on the shore, remember, you could have prevented all of this.
Halt.
A cold, suckering wetness.
You must act with haste. Duke, it is painful to say, but they cannot be your priority. Duke Ravengard must be saved. The city needs him. I was only trying to secure this city's future, but you are correct. If we can, we should save the hostages too. Duke Ravengard is held in the security wing. The hostages are placed throughout this prison. You must stretch your resources thin if you want to secure them all. Be careful. There are many hazards. This structure is collapsing. Act with speed. Act with efficiency. Good luck.
Alright, hang on a minute, folks. I gotta deal with something. Alright, sorry about that. Somebody in my Discord server decided to send me an unsolicited DM on Discord.
This way.
Hey! Get me out of here! The lever! Swift and lethal.
Also trying to sell artwork that I am not 100% convinced is actually theirs.
Another step forward.
Let's finish this. On my way. deepest thanks to
Where do I go from here?
Let's end this.
Damn, I'm out of coffee.
Need to hurry. Get away from these fish freaks. On the move.
Let's use this.
Ready. I'm ready.
Actually have a bit of a plan here, because Mazora's going to show up soon.
We can make it.
Well, a bargain. Mia, if only now. I thought I was done for.
A better position.
Victory awaits.
With haste.
What's the plan? Can't give up. Not now. Take you. Got to press on.
They're gonna mostly come from there, so that's the way I need to cover. Heaviest hitter guarding that doorway.
Time to strike.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Can't afford to let up. Got to concentrate. Let's do this.
I'm already doing a lot better than I did the last time I managed to actually rescue anybody.
Go! Run! I can make it!
Submersible, you must return them. Now! It's the only way we'll survive this.
I am fury. I am death.
Survival is all that matters.
Can't give up. Got to focus. Need to stay focused. Onward.
And that, I think, is everybody. That's how you do a successful rescue here, apparently. Smoke powder arrows. Very nice for crowd control.
Calmness greets you as the submersible slows to a halt. Unlike the Iron Throne, you remain intact. It seems most of the hostages from the throne share your fate. Duke Ravengard approaches you, looking confused.
He's tackled, but under my protection now, just like you. His mind is his own again. I'm free. In my own mind again, holy. I will not take it for granted. You acted quickly, decisively, and compassionately. I, nay, all of us, owe you no less than our undying gratitude. My thoughts are my own now, and my purpose certain. I will wait at your camp. We can speak more there.
Yes, sir, Mr. Duke.
We actually made it! Alright, we're good to go. Say goodbye to Cap. Come up the hatch when you're ready.
I'll save you! Please, I want
Listen, lad. Only a special sort could have done what you did. Thank you.
It was my pleasure and my honor, sir.
My God, I'm glad you showed up. Hopefully Frel's not too worried about me.
You were so heroic. My word. I can't wait to tell Squav what happened. Gods, I hope he's alright.
He should be.
What they were doing with us was horrid. Thank you for saving me. That was amazing. Like one of them, it was brilliant. Just brilliant.
Doing my job, ma'am.
To control our families and the Steel Watch Foundry. To keep them building Gortash's death machines. Please. They need to know what happened here.
They'll know.
No reason to obey Gortash anymore. If they rebel, it'll put a dent in Gortash's steel mine. He did? Of course he did! I knew it. I knew he would do something.
Still hurts. But thank you.
My lord, your act of valor will go down in Gondian history!
I hope so. That was not necessarily an easy feat. It required a lot of money to set that up. And some incredible strategic cunning.
I don't know what possessed you to find us in that place, but I am surely glad you did.
Ogro is free. Free. I'll get to your camp.
God, that was close. I could almost kiss the balls here, but... Well, that would be disgusting.
We're good and done with the Iron Throne, and I've no wish to return.
I think I've had my fill of underwater misadventures. Let's get back to the surface world before any more perils seek us out.
You know, I can't necessarily blame Shadowheart's comment there. She's not wrong.
We're safe!
Woo! What a ride! I won't forget it anytime soon. And Cap neither. I might have underestimated you before. Won't do that again. Thanks for the adventure.
Thanks to you, me and my Scorv might see each other again.
Well, I'm happy to have helped.
Still breathing, despite everything.
All that ass got whooped. And again, sure, it was expensive to do the setup I needed to do. And that kind of sucked. But the setup was fucking worth it. Because it let me cut down the saving of a lot of them from multiple turns, 2 to 3 turns to get to them and get them out and get them moving, to like a turn, more or less. What would have taken 3 to 4 turns at best took me like 2 at most. And that's because those fucking transportation arrows are fucking fantastic. Love those goddamn things. Like, honestly, the hardest part was saving Duke Ravengard. That required some additional setup I hadn't previously considered, but I did it. God damn it, I did it. All right, I got to go take a piss, grab some coffee. I'll be back shortly. Hang tight. Oh, I needed that.
You have beaten and tormented us to the brink of insanity. You cut out my eyes, but we will bow no more. Gondians! Rip the motivator from this bastard's hands! For Gond!
Let's go.
I will ascend. No time to waste. Let my name be known.
Brinsky's motivation sequence activated.
Another fight. Let's go. Swift as my feet can carry me.
What should I do? Got to concentrate. Moving.
Warning. Sequence trigger imminent.
And it's off.
What happened to Obelia? Is she safe? My heart. Our destination is the Neurosita, the nerve center of the Steel Watch. Guide me there, and I'll do the rest. My fellow Gondians, flee this prison. We're bringing this place down.
with my help. Burn this place to the ground.
Rossiter awaits your input.
It is time. Let us end this. The new Rossiter. I can hear its hum. Familiar, yet painful. I helped design the Steel Watchers, toiled night and day on the first bipedal prototype. It is fitting it ends this way. I will bring down not only the Steel Watch, but the very foundry itself. This place will be smoke and rubble when I am finished. Are you ready, my friend? Like the foundry, the Neurositer's exterior is near impossible to penetrate. However, its inner circuitry is highly unstable. I'm going to rain fire upon it from the inside out. Yond, let your hammer be my courage, your furnace my heart.
That was a hell of a show, my friend. Watchers collapse in the street as we speak. And the foundry. Well, it won't stain this beautiful city with its abominations. Not anymore. But it's not over. So long as a single parasitic Gondian remains, Baldur's Gate is under threat.
Enough, Wolbrin. Gortash enslaved us, forced us to build his steel watches, but no more. Take the city, let the Iron Hands reign supreme. I just wish to go home and hold my daughter. He'll never find us. We have safe houses all over the city. We are no threat. I swear it.
Please. If a Gondian told me the sky was blue, I'd look outside and check. You Gondians will lie, scheme, and torment this city until your dying breath.
Wolbrin, enough! I won't watch as you poison your soul, and the brilliant future that remains to the Iron Hand gnomes. I thought the Iron Hand gnomes had corrupted you, Wolbrin. Now, I wonder if it wasn't the other way around. Kill the Gondians, and you kill all we love. Collaboration, challenge, solving problems with the power of reason, creativity, and invention. I still want to believe you're better than that, Wolbrin. But even I am having my doubts.
Come on, yes!
I say you're right. They deserve a leader who'll encourage them to create, not destroy. They deserve someone like me. I can't save you from yourself, Wolbrin. It hurts terribly, but I can't. Toss your values in the bin if you want, but don't throw out the Iron Hands with them.
This is ridiculous. Iron Hands. Kill this man. How dare you? Cowards!
The Gondians recognize Barkus Root as leader of the Iron Hand Gnomes, and look forward to ushering in a new peace between our factions.
It is with a heavy heart that I remove Wolbrin Bongal from our ranks. You have until first light to leave the city. Wolbrin.
I expect treachery from all sides, but you, little Barkus, the boy who followed me from the Underdark, who clung to me like moss to stone, when we next meet, my hammer will cleave your skull in two, and that is a promise!
bet you're pleased with yourself. Saving Ravengard and making a fool out of me in a single swoop. Go on, do your gloating. You've earned it. Yes, celebrate your fortunes. But remember that they are lost as quickly as they are gained. For now, you've tipped the scales in your favor. But all it takes is a whisper for me to tip them back.
Come on, come on. Alright, that'll do it.
Ravengard will fall. I will strike when the Duke has the most to lose. And I have the most to gain. Clause A, Section 2. Should Soul Holder choose to abandon his patron, he is freed from his duty. His father, Grand Duke Ulder Ravengard, will be thus fated to die by an enemy's hand. A sealed pact is mightier than even Asmodeus's ruby rod. Do you think by merely saving a duke that you were ripping it through? You're such a witless little thing. Laugh in the face of the Archduchess Zariel, and she only laughs back. By all means, struggle and see when I come for Zariel's prize. Play the hero. Put up a fight. But don't forget who signed away his own father's life when Ravengard's finally bled.
First you cleave my heart in twain, now you shatter it to pieces. My son, a monster. Twisted beyond recognition. To think my blood flows through those veins. Is this my fate? To be freed from Gortash's hell, only to be trapped in yours?
It isn't what you think. It never was.
You turned your back on me, on your city, to chase the she-devil and her power. She stinks up the place even now. It is exactly what I think.
Ravengard's tadpole clenches as your memories and wills flow into him.
My tears rooms. I'm in your mind.
The Grand Duke sees Mizora and her infernal sisters. He sees the agony in Will's face as an impossible choice is set before
He needs to fucking hear it.
My son.
The past becomes present, and Will's thoughts are laid bare. Ravengard sees Will partnering with Mizora to defeat Tiamat's cultists before they could lay siege to Baldur's Gate, and he sees everything beyond. The Nautiloid journey, the perilous path to Moonrise, the astral prison, and the Emperor within.
Well, everything I did for Baldur's Gate. I did for you.
My son. You sold your soul to save Baldur's Gate, and I cast you out for it. You gave yourself to the Hell's eternal fires so I might walk free. By the gods. Can you ever forgive me?
There's nothing to forgive. You wanted to protect the city. I only ever wanted the same.
You are a better man than most, and a better son than I deserve. I'll yet make amends, but my duty is first and foremost to the city and its people. There's something I must ask of you. Before I was captured, I was on a mission. Returning from Elturel, I discovered the plans of the Absolutists. I immediately realized the city couldn't defend itself against such an army. I didn't despair, because the city has a secret guardian, a worm that sleeps beneath. He can be called upon in times of great need. This is such a time. You've been trained in the ways of the great champions and proven to be one of them. The worm will answer your call. You must seek him out.
Courage, insight, strategy, justice. I remember them well. You made me recite them every morning.
So you do. And I thought you'd abandoned them. More fool me. The worm goes by many names. Answer, the waiting storm, the heart of the gate. He promised Baldur he'd protect the city if ever its existence was threatened. But just the once. Since then, the city has faced countless threats, but we always overcame. There was never a need to call on the worm. Until now. The Absolute is the greatest threat Baldur's Gate ever faced. The worm must be awakened, and the task falls to you. Take this. The legend of Ansur. An ancient epic. Ill-remembered. Dismissed as a mere tale. Let it set the path before you. The legend has it that Ansur will only answer to a proven hero of the city. Until a moment ago, I thought that was me. But is he who rejects his own child a hero? What of he who calls his brave son a monster? You showed me the truth. You showed me that I was the one who turned his back. You showed me that will may be the future of Baldur's Gate, and well beyond it.
Baldur's Gate stands on the brink of the abyss. My father was clear. We awaken the worm and take back the city.
Will, you are more valorous than Baldur and himself. May the city know the truth of my only son. Pride of Ravengard. Pride of Baldur's Gate.
To Will.
The Absolute's voice is gone, but I still hear. I was returning from Elturel. My traveling party stopped at an inn, Joaquin's Rest, to lay our heads. It wasn't the heat that woke me. It was the scent. Cultists had set fire to the place. I don't remember being taken. Just the smoke burning my throat before I fell. I awoke in Moonrise Towers, inside one of those damnable pods. The rest goes without saying. A complicated one. I went to greet Elturel's High Overseer, only for the Archdevil Zariel to drag the city into the hells. I've been touched by Avernus, been a plaything for demons. A tale for other places, other days. It is no legend. Ansur does sleep beneath the rock and will come to the city's aid when it is in need. He is oath-bound to do so.
We'll finish what my father couldn't. We'll awaken Ansur, the heart of the gate. O Baldurin, founder due veneration. His guardian dragon Ansur, tremendous in worth. A savior below, our eternal elation. Consider this. To Wormway 'neath prison's deepest level. That must mean Worm's rock prison. That's where we'll find the entrance to this Wormway. Then this. With the shock of a true hero's spark flickers, the torches alight, and Worm's eye shall awake a glitter. To open the way, we'll need to spark torches. This dragon Ansur was Baldurin's ally. We'd be fools to let him sleep while the Dead Three's chosen raised the city. It's complicated. There's the joy of reconciliation, the relief of forgiveness, and the anxiety of new expectation. It's a flurry of emotion. I'm not sure how to make sense of it. Joy. To my father, I was only ever a boy. Incredible that he can see the man I became. Once all this is ended, once we've crushed the brain and freed the people, I could once more call Baldur's Gate home. Whether I return there, well, only time will tell.
I brought my own paring knife.
What the hell?
Of all the things to forget.
I'm starting to think they've forgotten about us.
You'll need to... Everyone's working doubles at the moment.
matter what the mouth
Magic,
says.
innit? I'm just saying, maybe there's a reason for that weird feeling of yours.
So you believe me then?
Stranger things have happened in Baldur's Gate is all I'm saying.
Think I made the right decision not to stay in London.
What's up, Midoriya?
I'm apoplectic, furious. Frankly, I'm puzzled.
About the brilliant future of Baldur's Gate, city of steel and justice.
Does he say anything about the horrible present of Baldur's Gate? City of crime and chaos?
No, he mostly avoids that topic.
Stories, get them right here. The printing block has never been so. Come get. All right there, Chief. Can have a gander at. Get them right here. Sorry, Victus. Never been so hot. Sorry, Victus.
Do I have a bucket of chicken? Sure, and what about your side? She knew she ate at the Coldplay concert. Do I have a bucket of chicken?
Just 3 times. Only
Sure,
have to
and what
say
about your
it
side?
3 times.
She knew she ate at the Coldplay concert. Last time anybody saw me, she dropped it. Was when,
but I dared you first, so you have to go.
29.
I get it.
I think it's time I take a visit to the 9 hells. You already live there, under my control.
strongly suggest that you reconsider this course of action. Whatever you expect to gain from the Hells is not worth the risk of travel uninvited.
He slowed down, his grin faltering as he read ahead. I've spent years watching this family bend over backward to make you feel like a king. He stopped, looked up at me. Is this a joke? Keep reading, I said, still sitting there, calm on the outside, heart thundering inside my chest. Lucas glanced around, now visibly uncomfortable, but pride got the better of him. He continued, but the tone had shifted. Gone was the casual humor. Watching her mother turn every gathering, every conversation, every drop of attention into a mirror for you to admire yourself in. I've watched you fail upward while others cleaned up your messes, and somehow you still got the credit, the praise, the second and third and fourth chances. Now the murmurs started. Chairs creaked. A few people exchanged looks. Lan shifted in her seat, and my cousin's mouth fell open. I stayed still, letting the silence gather weight. Lucas tried to scoff, tried to throw on the usual smirk, but his voice cracked. Okay.
Harley Cameron, Tiffany Stratton.
Let's see. Skull? What skull?
My most perceptive, prospective customer. Welcome back.
Okay, shit. Okay, I need incense.
Now you've seen what I...
Interviews, politics, gossip. All of it gets in that bloody Balder's mouth rag. Except the people actually walking around the streets.
I'm telling you. What can I do for you? Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
The one with that finger in his chin. I'll give him a few more of those to catch my drift.
Oh, not to. I'm standing down there.
Look, Mother, look! It's so pretty!
Get them right here! The Christ You'll see.
Calm down.
Easier to don some armor than learn to swing a sword. If you can manage the extra weight, that is. City's got a dangerous air to it.
Something caught your eye then? Careful. Most of my wares can take an eye right out. My weapons won't be... Something caught your eye there?
Okay, it won't be you guys. It might be you.
No, he mostly avoids that topic.
Really thought Tamlin would stick it out. He was a good mason.
A good mason turns up for work. Tamlin ain't a good mason.
Trust me. When you're older, you'll appreciate the Greeks. Yeah, older than me.
Yep, okay, this is where I was looking for.
Best victuals and cures in the lower city guaranteed. What'll it be?
Just need the diamond and the coin.
They say there's trouble heading for the...
Finest strange the city's gone.
This one too. This is the third fountain I've tried.
This uniform's neat, isn't it? But why am I...
I remember selling that coin. I just don't remember who to.
What's that?
Welcome back, my darling. Are we feeling ruby? Amethyst? Malachite? Tell me. I'm here for all your glittering needs.
I sold that fucking thing to one of these people. Just gotta find who.
remember. Welcome back.
What do you mean, what else is down there?
I don't know. Magic.
Welcome back, friend. The fine facilities of Figaro Facemaker are yours to peruse. Very good, sir.
There it is. All right. So, finally got back the Queen of Manon. Incense. There's the infernal marble, a skull. So Queen of Manon, the infernal marble, the incense, the diamond, which got over there, and the skull. All right.
Now remember,
Unless... Gazette has a transcript of a conversation with Archduke Gortash.
What's he got to say for himself?
Lots of talk about the brilliant future of Baldur's Gate, city of steel and justice.
Does he say anything about the horrible present of Baldur's Gate, city of crime and chaos?
No, he mostly avoids that talk. Gazette has a transcript of a conversation.
What's he got to say for himself?
Lots of talk about the brilliant future of Baldur's Gate, city of steel.
Does he say anything about the horrible present of Baldur's Gate, city of crime and chaos?
No, he mostly... Gazette has a transcript of a conversation.
So that's north. That would be the northeast point. Where is it? There it is.
Do not seek to correct one mistake with another.
All right, quick bathroom break. Coffee grab. I'll be back. Then we start exploring Ref